presentation of the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Any other use of this telecast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the Oklahoma Sports Network's consent is prohibited. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be used without express written consent.
Oklahoma Sports Network, this is Tracy Mussett. I'm at Tim Wallace Memorial Stadium in Jones High School, where the Jones Longhorns tonight are hosting the Mount St. Mary Rockets. This is Class 2A1 District 1 play. The Jones Longhorns are sitting in first place in the district, undefeated on the season, 7-0, with a record of 4-0 in district play. Those wins are a 61-3 win over Perry, a 59-19 win over Millwood, a 42-0 win over Crooked Oak, and last week a 45-12 win over the Chisholm Longhorns. Coming into town tonight are the Mount St. Mary Rockets. Mount St. Mary 6-1 on the season. They were undefeated going into last week's game. They are 3-1 in the district. Jones has to get through them, or they have to get through Jones to win a district championship. Mount St. Mary's district games are a 47-0 win over Crooked Oak, a 62-14 win over Chisholm, a 53-0 win over Perry. But last week they came up short against the Millwood Falcons, who appear to be getting their ship back on track with all their freshmen and sophomores they have in their lineup. It was 24-22 Millwood defeating Mount St. Mary last week. This game is scheduled to kick off at 7 here tonight. We do have some weather moving in, and so we could experience some weather delays. If we have lightning within a 10-mile radius of the Jones area, it triggers an automatic 45-minute delay. And every time there's lightning again after that, within 45 minutes, it restarts that 45-minute count. So anytime there's lightning within 10 miles, it restarts that 45-minute count. So we could have some lengthy delays tonight. We'll just have to wait and see. If we do go into a weather delay, we will keep the stream up. We will not bring it down. It'll stay up. We'll have some graphics up and a ticker running across the screen that kind of gives you an update on our expectation for getting restarted. Right now, it is senior night at Jones. They are recognizing seniors from the football team as well as some other sports and activities as well. They have parents and students strung out from one end zone all the way down to the 25-yard line on the other end of the field. And after they complete the senior night recognition, they will be recognizing a former coach from Jones. As we take a look at that, trying to pull that back up, but a former coach from Jones being recognized tonight as well, and the kickoff scheduled is, again, at 7 p.m. So looking at the standings, Cass, if you will pull those up for me, the standings for District 2A1, as we see those, Jones sitting in first place in the district right now, followed by Oklahoma Christian School, who we play next week at Oklahoma Christian in Edmond, hosting Mount St. Mary, the number 3 team in the district right now. Of course, Oklahoma Christian also undefeated in district play, and so, again, play them next week. Mount St. Mary here tonight. Millwood sitting in that 4th place position, just ahead of the Chisholm Longhorns, followed by the Perry Maroons, the Crooked Oak Roughnecks, and the Blackwell Maroons in the last place position. Crooked Oak and Blackwell played last week. That was an overtime game between those two teams that Crooked Oak won 12-6. As we look at the other districts in Class 2A1, District 2, a powerhouse district with Washington and Marlowe. Those two teams played last week. It was a one-touchdown win as Washington got the win over Marlowe and secured first place in district. I still have Jones in my ranking, sitting in that first place position, followed by Washington and Marlowe as number 2 and 3. The Kingston Redskins leading the way in District 3, and the Metro Christian Patriots leading the way in District 4, but just barely point-wise ahead of the Sequoia Tahlequah Indians, who are also undefeated in that district. So those two teams in a clash trying to win District 4 and get that coveted first place district seating in the playoff picture. In our rankings, if you would, Cass, go ahead and bring up the other graphic for us real quick. In our rankings, Jones Longhorns ranked number 1, Washington Warriors in that number 2 position, and some people might question that ranking. Washington does have a loss on the season, though it is to the Sulphur Bulldogs, who may very well find themselves back in the 3A state championship game this year, and actually they are my pick to win the state championship over the Lincoln Christian Bulldogs this year. But Washington does have a loss already on the season. It was kind of a tough decision who to put first and who to put second, but I have Jones undefeated in first place, or the first place in the rankings, Washington number 2, Marlowe number 3, Metro Christian number 4, Kingston 5, Sequoia Tahlequah 6, Oklahoma Christian, who we play next week, in that 7th spot, the Kiefer Trojans in number 8, the Lindsay Leopards number 9, and the Mount St. Mary Rockets, who we are playing tonight, in that number 10 position. Talked to Coach Whit about this team and about the Mount St. Mary Rockets a little bit earlier this week, and we're going to hear from him now. And I want to make 2 points about our interviews. During the interview with Coach Whit, you're going to hear me realize that I've been mispronouncing the name of one of the key players on this offense for Jones. And number 5 running back, who had over 200 yards rushing last week, Jonquay Johnson. I have been saying Jaquan. I plan on meeting with him tonight to give him a personal apology. I want to apologize to any of his family who are listening. But his name is Jonquay Johnson. And I had that corrected after talking to Coach this week. I also want to point out, if you see in the interview, as you have the previous couple of weeks, Coach Whit is sitting in his vehicle when I do the interview with him. He does pull over on the side of the road. He is still not moving whenever we are doing the interview. So Coach Whit is not driving down the road when he's doing these interviews. I think that's very important. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea that he's trying to look at his phone while he's driving. He is not doing that. So, Cass, let's go ahead and hear our interview with Coach Kevin Whit.
This is a presentation of the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Oklahoma Sports Network, this is Tracy Mussett. It is week 8 of the Oklahoma high school football season, and I have Coach Kevin Whit of the Jones Longhorns with me once again as we prepare for the Jones Longhorns hosting the Mount St. Mary Rockets this week. It looked like that might have been a matchup between two undefeated teams, but Mount St. Mary ended up taking one on the chin this week as they dropped the game to Millwood by 2 points, 24-22 at home. Of course, our team, the Jones Longhorns, got the job done and hosted Chisholm this past week. It was fall break, Thursday night game. They got the win 45-12 at home over the Chisholm Longhorns. And, Coach, it was a really good victory. A couple of things just felt like we were struggling with flow there late in the first half. We had that late turnover in the first half. So as we get ready for Mount St. Mary, we always want to go back and take a look at the previous game. So, Coach Whit, if you will, just kind of tell us what your thoughts are on that game with Chisholm and how you were feeling late in the first half before getting things really rolling better in the second.
Well, we came out and started just like we wanted to. I mean, offense came out, or defense came out, I guess, first and really shut them down. As they did most of the night. I mean, it was a great team effort as far as defense went all night. And, we struggled a little bit. It was more just a one big play, and we knew they were going to make some plays. They had some athletes. we kind of prepared for this game this year, being one of our bigger ones in district. They've struggled a little bit, but they've got some really good athletes, especially at the wideout spots, and was super pleased with our secondary and what they did over, against these guys, because we thought it'd be a huge test for us. Going into halftime, it was a little bit, not where we wanted to be. We thought we could have done a little bit better towards the end and finished it off. But, these guys came back out after halftime and took care of business.
Absolutely. Second half, things got rolling pretty quickly. One of the things that I noticed in the game, and again, my experience with your team this year is limited to the last 3 games, but there's been a pretty good balance of run pass through the previous 2 games that I watched, which were Millwood and Crooked Oak. And this last week, it was really all on the legs of Jaquan Johnson, Asen Hansen, and then Jose Taylor later in the game, who ended up racking up 100 yards of rushing late. So you had 3 guys that went 100 yards or better during the game, all scoring touchdowns. So it was a lot more yardage on the ground in this game than it was through the air. Was that a game plan? Was that an adjustment? Was that what Chisholm was doing defensively in the secondary? What led to that this week?
It was kind of just taking advantage of what they're giving us. They were trying to take away us throwing the ball, and, we don't have any problem. We're a pretty balanced team. We try to stay pretty balanced. We've got guys all across, out there that can catch, throw, run, whatever. And so we kind of take advantage of what they give us, and that's what they were giving us. And we came back out at half and stuck to it. And they never adjusted, so we just kept doing what we were doing. We went over probably, I don't know the exact stat, but it was 500 and something plus rush yards. And it's been a while since we've done that here, because like you said, we're pretty balanced and try to keep it pretty balanced. But, when somebody's going to give us something, that's what we're going to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, balance is great, but when you are given the opportunity to just excel on one side or the other, then taking advantage of it is a great decision, obviously, and it works out well for Jones this week. So looking ahead now, and I say looking ahead, I'm talking about this week, we have the Mount St. Mary Rockets. Mount St. Mary, as we said just a few minutes ago, was undefeated coming into this last week. They hosted Millwood. They ended up losing to Millwood 24-22. We personally kept expecting Millwood to kind of get some things ironed out and start improving as a team from where they were. Maybe that's what this last week was for Millwood, or maybe Millwood's about where they were and Mount St. Mary is not quite what we thought they. What are your thoughts on the Rockets and your expectations for this week?
Well, I think a little bit of it is Millwood was young. They were replacing basically a whole new team with the seniors they lost, and so they've gradually kind of figuring things out and getting better. But, after watching the film, St. Mary's, they got down in the red zone probably 5-6 times that they didn't come away with any points, and just had some big mistakes and that kind of stuff. So, they're still pretty explosive. They got athletes all over the place. So it's still going to be a good, difficult game for us. It's a big game for us as far as district standings and wanting to win a district championship. So, that's one of those, this time of year, you can't take anybody lightly on what they've done prior weeks, what they have on film, and their athletes, they're a good football team.
Yeah, it's so calm. The fan will look at those matchups and go, well, we beat this team by this much, and they beat this team by this much, so we should beat them by. It doesn't work that way, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So, well, I want to go back, and we talked about that ground game this last week, and so I want to talk about a couple of players. Jaquan Johnson, your tailback, he had a phenomenal game, over 200 yards rushing this past week. Of course, Asen Hansen, he had well over 100. He was pushing maybe over 150 himself. I don't remember what the exact number was, and Jose Taylor had 100 yards rushing, but Jaquan with that phenomenal game. He doesn't look real big out on the field, but he seems to be so hard to tackle. What can you tell us about this young man, his work ethic, student? What's Jaquan Johnson like?
John Quay's a great kid. He's a great addition.
John Quay.
Quay.
I apologize.
No,
I messed
good.
it up. John Quay
You're
Johnson.
You're good. No, he's been a great addition. He's a great kid. He's explosive. just has the vision. He's not the fastest kid out there, the strongest kid, but he just makes it happen. I mean, he really does have some good vision. Been a great addition for us, but and he did that 200 and whatever plus yards on only 15 carries because we split the reps between him and Jose, and so he busted out some big ones there.
He did, and he big holes. First of all,
absolutely.
So he broke tackles, but he also, kudos to your offensive line. He had some huge holes to run through at times. Of course, He was breaking tackles at the linebacker level as well. So just really, really fun to watch him.
Yeah, you don't rush for 500 plus yards without the offensive line having a great night. So
yeah, absolutely. Kudos to your line. Well, over on the defensive side of the ball, you got a guy on the defensive line right in the middle that the Cat and Cass, and I just lost your video there, Coach.
Oh, sorry. I know. I don't know what happened here.
We'll see if we can get you back here. So for those of you who are watching, Coach is not driving. He's sitting in the parking lot right now. So just so y'all know that he's not driving while recording a video and staring at his phone while he's driving down the road. But the young ladies who work for us, juniors there at Jones High School, Cass and Kat, they share with me that Michael Renfro goes by the name Big Mike. So I'm learning things about the students from them. Big Mike had a batted down pass at one point in the game, and then he had that big sack tackle for a loss late in the game, and he comes up all excited. And tell me about Michael Renfro and what he is to your defensive line.
Oh, he's not only defensive line, but he just kind of dominates the middle for us, where allows those linebackers to run free and make a lot of tackles for us. And so he's done that for the entire year. I mean, he's had some big plays, but more often than not, you don't see what he does, but it makes a huge impact on our defense.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you have someone that can dominate there, it makes the job easier for secondary. He's getting into the backfield. The secondary doesn't have to work as long, just all sorts of impact all across the field. So, all right. Well, Coach, coming up Friday night this week, we're back to Friday nights, maybe from here on
out, hopefully.
Playoffs, right? Yep. As long as we can get referees scheduled on Friday nights, we're on Friday nights the rest of the way. So we have October 24th coming up at home versus the Mount St. Mary Rockets, and hope that folks will be there to fill the stands up as they always are there at Tim Walsh Memorial Stadium at Jones High School. Appreciate you once again taking the time. Best of luck this week, and go Longhorns.
Thank you. Go Longhorns. We'll see you.
Have a great week, Coach.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. We just had the coin toss out on the field. Our coin toss brought to you by Bail Bonds by Tamra. Have you missed the ball on paying a ticket? Call Bail Bonds by Tamra at 405-200-5110. That's 405-200-5110. 15-plus years of serving the community. Bail Bonds by Tamra. The Jones Longhorns won the coin toss tonight. They deferred to the second half, so Mount St. Mary will be receiving the opening kick of the football game. We are now in our countdown to kickoff time frame as well. Our countdown to kickoff brought to you by Bank First in Oklahoma. Bank First offers valuable banking solutions, including checking accounts, savings accounts, commercial loans, treasury services, and much more. Bank online with our mobile app. Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you. Located at 9285 North Hiwassee Road, member FDIC. Here come the Jones Longhorns are running out on the field. If you see the sign being carried by Jonquay Johnson, it is TTHL, and I am learning more about the culture and traditions here at Jones. TTHL is turn those horns loose. That is their motto as they come out on the field tonight. Jonquay Johnson, again, rushing for over 200 yards last week, about 150 by Asen Hansen as well, and another 100 put on the board for Jose Taylor last week. So about 400-plus yards for the three ball carriers. We're about ready to go here. It will be Cash Marinko kicking off for the Jones Longhorns. Kicking from the south end zone toward the north from my right to left. Jones, as you can see, in their green uniforms, black numbers. Those black numbers on green might get a little difficult to see at some point tonight. We'll do our best. Coming out on the field, the Mount St. Mary Rockets. Again, they are 6-1 on the season. Were undefeated until they run into an improving Millwood squad last week. Our first quarter brought to you by Elemental Insulation, proudly serving Oklahoma with trusted residential and commercial insulation services. Find them on Facebook or call 405-655-0373. Opening kick caught at the 10, still on his feet, gets across the 35-yard line out to the 37, finally brought down by the Longhorns at the 37-yard line. The ball carrier for Mount St. Mary, number 1, Zach Wiley, a sophomore wide receiver and defensive back for the Rockets. The Rockets offense comes out on the field. Looks like our quarterback is number 7, Roman Manela, a junior, 5'11", 183-pound junior. He's got 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side, 1 back in the backfield. Gives a hard count. Jones flinches but doesn't jump across into the neutral zone. Mount St. Mary resets. 10 seconds on the play clock. Manelia drops back, rolls to his left, has to run it out, picks up about a yard on the play as he is run out of bounds by the Jones defense. This Jones defense has been stout all year, come up with some big goal line stands last week against the Chisholm Longhorns. The running back for Mount St. Mary, number 4, Christian Schutte. Christian's a pretty big-looking young man back there. He is a 6'2", 228-pound running back. Has some size to him. Mane hands off to Schutte. Schutte into the middle of the Jones defense. Picks up 2 yards, maybe 3. It looks like they're going to give him another yard as he kept pushing. It's now a 3rd down and 6 for the Mount St. Mary Rockets at their own 41-yard line. Jones repositions their defense. 2 receivers near side of the field. No one split wide left. Schutte in the backfield. Manela throws the pass, contact made right at the catch, and that'll bring up a 4th down. The catch was made by Zach Wiley right at the 45-yard line. It'll be a 4th and 2 for Mount St. Mary at their own 45. Change of personnel. It looks like we're getting a punting squad come out from Mount St. Mary as they failed to pick up a 1st down in their first 3 plays. Number 5, Jake Allison, junior, has taken the snap. Interesting formation. He's got 2 blockers on his right, and he's going to keep it, run to the left, and it's going to be really close. He is right at the line of scrimmage, and the line judge from the other side steps forward. It's a 1st down for Mount St. Mary. They are at their own 48 now with a 1st and 10 to go. Manela giving that jerk, a little hard count, head bob. Comes up, talks to his line. Takes the shotgun snap, hands off to Schutte. Schutte caught after a couple of yards, gets into Jones territory at the 49-yard line, a 3-yard gain on the play, 2nd and 7. Mount St. Mary methodically moving the ball down the field right now. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, even on a short pass play as well. Again, Manela little head bob for that hard count. Working on getting Jones to jump. They don't. Schutte up the gut. Hit by the Jones defense. A gain of, we'll call it 3. He just keeps pushing and keeps driving. Another gain of 3 brings up a 3rd down and 4 now at the Jones 46-yard line. I think 4 yards is the biggest gain of the night so far in these 6 plays that have been run for Mount St. Mary. I want to thank our producer, Cass Taylor, who does a great job over on the computer and the software, keeping everything going, and our camera operator, Kat Johnson, doing a great job. Pass out into the flat, and another great catch by Wiley. He gets hammered as he catches the ball, but he hangs on to it, and it's another 4th down and short for the Rockets. This time it's a 4th and 1. They went for it when they were on their side of the field. Surely they'll be going for it here in Jones territory. 4th and 1 for the Rockets. Another good play by the Jones secondary as the corners come up and land some big hits on Wiley. This time we keep a traditional formation on the field. 3 receivers on the far side. Manella, under pressure, goes down for the sack. It is Luke DeBus getting in there and taking him down at the Mount St. Mary 47-yard line. A loss of 9 yards on the sack. It'll be 1st and 10 for Jones at the Mount St. Mary 47-yard line with 7:53 to play here in the first period. Handoff right up the middle. Big gain on, or a good gain on a 1st down play. That was John Quay Johnson. He picks up 6 yards on the play. Another handoff. No, it's a keeper by Asen Hansen. He's around the right side, faked me out, and he's all the way into the end zone as he also faked out the Mount St. Mary defense. Wow, what a start for the Jones offense. 41-yard touchdown run by Asen Hansen. That drive took 2 plays and 31 seconds. Going for the 2-point conversion. And that one is no good as Hunter Purvis takes the direct snap and dives for the goal line but can't quite get there. So after 4 minutes and 38 seconds, with 7 minutes, 22 seconds left to play in the first, it's 6-0. The Jones Longhorns leading the Mount St. Mary Rockets here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success. And finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed. Because your success is our success.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. The Jones Longhorns just took over possession in Mount St. Mary territory and converted for a touchdown in 2 plays. It was a 6-yard run by John Quay Johnson, followed up by a 41-yard touchdown run by Asen Hansen. And that drive summary brought to you by Jones Nutrition, located on Hiawassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. Jones then kicks off to Mount St. Mary. Mount St. Mary begins this drive on their own 26-yard line, and on the very first play of the drive, Dorian Wiley gets in there with some pressure and bats down a pass. Seven minutes and 10 seconds, as you can see on the clock. First quarter. Manela in shotgun, Schutte in the backfield. Hand off to Schutte. Comes to the right side. Has a little space in there. Good gain on the play. Picks up. We'll call it a gain of 7. 3rd down and 3 for Mount St. Mary, now at their own 34-yard line. One receiver each side of the field. Manela hands off to Schutte. Schutte goes off the left side of the center. He is hit right at the sticks. It's going to be really close to a first down, but short. It is a 4th down and inches. Excuse me. Yeah, 4th down and inches. So once again, a 4th down play for Mount St. Mary. They're going to go for it with inches to go, backed up in their own territory once again. And it's Jake Allison who made the run earlier on kind of the Wildcat play. This time he's going to keep it again, and he's going to be stopped for a loss on the play. Big 4th down stand by the Jones defense. They'll take over on downs once again, this time at the 35-yard line. Here's your instant replay as you see the big stop by the Jones defense. The officials are eyeballing it. I mean, the ball is much further back than it was on the 4th down play. I don't know how they could even be second-guessing whether or not this is a first down. And it is first down Jones, so we get the call. I didn't think it was even close enough to question on that one. So with 5 minutes and 48 seconds left to play in the first, Jones begins this drive on the Mount St. Mary 35-yard line. Asen Hansen in shotgun. He's got 2 receivers each side of the field. Empty backfield, keeps it, follows right up the gut, little face mask. He breaks free from it, still running all the way down to the 6-yard line. Big run by Asen Hansen, 29-yard run. He has 70 yards rushing on 2 plays. We'll call that a 28-yard gain at the 7-yard line. 1st and goal for Jones. Johnson in the backfield, and Hansen's going to keep this one and run it right into the end zone. He is met by a defender in the end zone. That was the only time anyone touched him. 2 plays once again to put a touchdown on the board as Jones now leads 12-0 with 5:25. And here's your instant replay of that ball game, of that play. Just fake the jet sweep as Johnson went in motion to the left side. Receiver came around, faked the sweep to the receiver, and Hansen runs it right back up the middle. Johnson takes the handoff on the 2-point conversion. He's standing up in the end zone, and the score is 14-0 with 5:25 left to play in the first period here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Bank First is uniquely Oklahoman, deeply rooted in over 50 communities statewide. From those roots, our investment in education springs forth, helping to raise the Oklahoma leaders of tomorrow while providing financial strength to the business leaders of today. That's the kind of loyalty that helps entire communities thrive. Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you.
Oklahoma Sports Network, this is Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. Tim Wallace Memorial Stadium and the Jones Longhorns are getting it done quick. They have taken possession after Mount St. Mary has turned the ball over on downs twice now, backed up in their own territory. Asen Hansen with 76 yards rushing already on 3 carries, an additional 6 yards rushing for John Quay Johnson, 2 touchdowns for Hansen, and the Jones Longhorns lead 14-0. The first scoring drive took 2 plays in 31 seconds. This next scoring drive took 2 plays in 23 seconds. Your drive summaries brought to you by Jones Nutrition, located on Hiawassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. Great catch by number 11, Zechariah Robinson of the Mount St. Mary Rockets. That ball was thrown from about the 18 to the 46. We call it a 28-yard catch and pass from Manela to Robinson. First and 10 for Mount St. Mary, now at their own 46-yard line. Manela drops back, looking to pass, rolls to his left. He has Allison open in the middle for a short gain of 3. Second down and 7 for Mount St. Mary. Ball at the 49-yard line. Two receivers on the far side. Schutte met and taken down in a hurry. Getting it done, Big Mike Renfro. No, I'm sorry. Michael Renfro on the stop. When Schutte run into him, he just came to an immediate stop there. No gain on the carry. Third down and 7 now for Mount St. Mary. Still at the 49. Manella passes over the middle, leads his receiver a little too much. It's going to be a 4th and 7. Now this is a first 4th and long for Mount St. Mary. I expect that we might see them actually punt this time and try to put Jones into a deeper position and try to flip the field because they've been turning the ball over and giving Jones a short field. Punt formation for Mount St. Mary. Ball at their own 49. Kick is up. It's a high punt. Jones is going to back away from it. It's going to take a Jones bounce, but Jake Allison jumps up and picks it out of the air to keep it from going any further back. It'll be a 1st and 10 for the Jones Longhorns at their own 26-yard line. 3:44 left to play in the first quarter. See if we can check on some other scores from the district as games are taking place all around us, all over the state tonight. No scores reported from any other district games at this point, District 1 games. Handoff up the middle, Jose Taylor, I believe, the ball carrier that time. He gets out to the 30-yard line, a gain of 4 on the play. Coming off the field, Garrett Clark, his helmet came off, so he has to come off for one play. Hansen drops back, looking to pass, under pressure, running with it, has the first down, and steps out of bounds just before crossing midfield at the Jones. It looks like they're going to put him right at the 50-yard line. Hansen back in shotgun. Taylor takes the handoff. Taylor is met at the line of scrimmage and taken down for no gain on the play. Taylor had 100 yards rushing last week. Two receivers on each side of the field. Taylor, the lone back. Hanson fires that one into the hands of Hardiman for the catch. And we have a flag on the play. False start against Jones. 2nd down and 10 becomes a 2nd and 15. Backed up now at their own 45, 2nd and 15. Hanson looking to pass, has time, and ball is thrown just out of bounds. The catch is made by Hardiman as he tiptoes and falls out of bounds. I didn't think he stayed in. The officials say that he did. 1st and 10 for the Jones Longhorns. What a catch by Hardiman. We have a replay on that one. Phenomenal catch. $17-yard pickup. Now a handoff to Taylor. Breaking tackle, still on his feet, inside the 30. 9-yard pickup by Jose Taylor. Hanson back in shotgun. Taylor in the backfield. Got a defensive man into the neutral zone. No flag comes in. The ball's not snapped. 1:36 left to play in the first. Jones leading 14-0 over Mount St. Mary. This is Class 2A1, District 1 play. Hanson takes the snap. Under pressure, and he's going to be taken down for a sack. A flag comes in on the play. Another flag comes in. That one really late. Officials talking, pointing, discussing. This could be a face mask. It could be a holding call. I have no idea what to expect. Face mask is the call against Mount St. Mary, and that's going to be a 1st down for the Jones Longhorns. They only marked the ball off 5 yards, but it was enough for the 1st down. First and 10 for Jones at their own 27. Taylor takes it. He's across the 20, the 15, and out of bounds. That'll be a 12-yard gain on the play and a 1st down for the Jones Longhorns. Mark that ball at the 16-yard line. Having Johnson and Taylor both just allows them to keep fresh legs in there at the tailback position. Taylor takes it again, up the middle, finds a hole, backs down a defender, and is taken down at the 6-yard line, really close to the sticks, a 10-yard gain by Taylor. "24 yards rushing on this drive by Jose Taylor. Luke DeBusk now in the game as the tailback. It is a 2nd and inches at the 6-yard line for Jones. Handoff to DeBusk. Pushing, fighting, pushing all the way down to the goal line, and touchdown, Jones Longhorns. Three seconds left to play in the first period. That drive took a little bit longer. Hanson in shotgun, 2-point conversion attempt here. Handoff to Jonquay Johnson, and he is in the end zone for the 2-point conversion. 22-0 the score now, still in the first period. 3 seconds left. Jones Longhorns lead the Mount St. Mary Rockets. We're going to take a break on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success. And finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed. Because your success is our success.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School, where the Jones Longhorns now lead the Mount St. Mary Rockets 22-0. Jones just kicked off to Mount St. Mary to bring an end to the first period of play. And we're going to just take time for our drive summary real quick, brought to you by Jones Nutrition, located on Hiawassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. That last drive was a 77-yard touchdown drive by the Jones Longhorns. It took 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. It was mostly fueled on the legs of Jose Taylor. Taylor carried the ball 5 times on that drive. He ended up with a total of 24 yards rushing on the drive. Also a 20-yard carry by Asen Hanson, a 17-yard pass and catch from Hanson to Hardiman. And the final play of the drive was a 6-yard touchdown run by Luke DeBusk as he powered it in across the line, followed by the 2-point conversion run by Jonquay Johnson. That's your drive summary, brought to you by Jones Nutrition. We are in the middle of the timeout between the first and second quarter here as we get ready to go with the second quarter. Mount St. Mary has moved the ball a little bit. But has also turned it over on downs twice and then punted on their third possession of the game. See if we can check out some scores from the area for you. Looking at 6A2, Choctaw hosting the Generals from U.S. Grant tonight. Choctaw's up 35-0 in the first quarter. And it looks like we have lightning in the area. It is starting to rain here as well. And we are going into what we expect might be the first of several weather delays tonight. With lightning, we have a 45-minute delay anytime lightning is within 10 miles. So we're going to be taking a break here on the stream. It is going to be a minimum of 45 minutes from now, and any time it lightnings again, that 45-minute clock starts over. So we have to be 45 minutes out from the most recent lightning within 10 miles before it's deemed safe to be back out on the field. And folks, I am not one to play around with lightning. My wife has been hit by lightning while driving down the interstate, and a little over a month ago, our house was hit by lightning right here locally and did quite a bit of damage to a tree and to electronics in our house. So I'm not going to play around with lightning. I appreciate the rules that keep folks safe. As a matter of fact, just this last week, there was a young man, if I had the story straight, killed by a lightning strike at a football field in another state. So we have the safety of the players, the safety of the coaches, the safety of the fans to consider here. And so the fans are being instructed to get out of the metal bleachers and away from them, back into safety as well. And we will be taking a break with the Jones Longhorns leading the Mount St. Mary Rockets 22-0 after one period of play on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Oklahoma Sports Network, this is Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. Wow, what some weather we had. It really never got bad here at the high school. We had some lightning. We had some heavy rain. Midwest City, Choctaw, and maybe some of the western areas of Jones had some hail. I live in Choctaw, about 8 miles straight south of the high school, and we had tennis ball size hail at my house. I've got definitely some damage to my cars, and have to take a look at my roof tomorrow to see what it looks like. But definitely some weather damage. And over in the Midwest City, man, they had massive hail in Midwest City. We've had rain delays, or lightning delays, not rain delays, lightning delays at football games all around the Oklahoma City area tonight. The big 6A1 matchup, Bixby at Jones, didn't even get started before they went into a delay. They've just started there recently, and it's Mustang. I think I said Bixby at Jones. Bixby at Mustang. Mustang leading Bixby early in that one, 6-3. So I don't know if Bixby has trailed this year. This might be the first time they have trailed. But it's 22-0 here at Jones, with the Jones Longhorns leading the Mount St. Mary Rockets. And we are about to begin the second quarter of this football game. I want to thank our sponsors that help make this possible. Bail Bonds by Tamara. If you've missed the ball on paying a ticket, call Bail Bonds by Tamara at 405-200-5110. 15-plus years of serving the community. Our quarter sponsor, Elemental Insulation, proudly serving Oklahoma with trusted residential and commercial insulation services. Find them on Facebook or call 405-655-0373. Elemental Insulation. And Bank First. I want to thank Bank First in Oklahoma, who offers valuable banking solutions, including checking accounts, savings accounts, commercial loans, treasury services, and much more. Bank online with their mobile app, Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you. Located at 9285 North Hiwassee Road, member FDIC. Teams are on the field, ready to go. The clock's at 12 minutes. It's the second quarter, and the Jones Longhorns lead 22-0 in this Class 2A1 District 1 matchup. Mount St. Mary 6-1 on the season. They were 6-0 going into last week's matchup with Millwood, and Jones is trying to give them their second loss of the season here tonight. Well on their way to doing that. The Jones offense has been just so very strong early goings of this football game. The first drive was a two-play drive. The second drive was a two-play drive. And then they went on a 8-play drive that included two penalties, one against them and one for them, that went 77 yards. Low snap on the first play to start the second quarter here. Manella, the quarterback for Mount St. Mary, is going to throw this one away out of bounds. Incomplete pass. And it's second down and 10 for the Rockets. Manella back in shotgun, Schutte on his right. Three receivers here on the short side of the field. Manella looks back to the sideline for a sign, for a signal. Jet sweep, running to the right side. Good gain on the play, about 5 yards. Third down and manageable now for Mount St. Mary. Call it 3rd and 4, a 6-yard gain on the play. See some lightning in the background. I don't think you can see the sky on the screen there, but it's a long way away. Complete pass just beyond the sticks for the first down. We'll call it a gain of 5 on the play. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary. The ball now out to their own 34-yard line. Schutte takes the handoff. He's hit, picks up, falls I started to say falls forward. He actually turned around backwards, so he fell forward on the field, backwards on his back for a gain of 2 on the play. 2nd down and 8 for Mount St. Mary. Shotgun snap, pass, sideline route, little overthrown. The receiver pulled up, looking back over his shoulder for the ball, and it ended up going over his head. If he had kept on running and not slowed down, he would have been right in place for that one. Interesting development with the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. Of course, they had the first game of the NBA season just a couple of nights ago and won that one in a double overtime over the Rockets. They're playing the Pacers tonight. Of course, Pacers, the team they beat in the NBA Finals just a few months ago. And this game is going to overtime now, tied at 113 to 113. Complete pass right at the sticks. First down for Mount St. Mary. Ball just outside their own, or just inside, I should say, their own 45. Call it the 44-yard line. Manella hands off to Schutte. Schutte breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage, fights hard. And this kid runs hard after contact, drives his legs, ends up picking up 5 yards on the play. It looked like that was going to be a 1 or 2 yard gain, and he fought hard for everything he got on that one. Schutte again, hit at the line of scrimmage and falls forward for a 1 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 4 for Mount St. Mary, right at the 50-yard line now. .9:36 to play in the second quarter. Two receivers on the far side. Schutte takes the handoff. He's got the first down. Little room. Gets around a defender. He's down to the 20 and taken down at the 15-yard line. Falls forward to the 13. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary. And it is Christian Schutte getting it done for the Rockets. Schutte takes the handoff again, tries to go around the right end, and he is met by several defenders. Try to see who comes up off the bottom of that pile. Looks like Michael Renfro is in there among others. Also coming up is Noah Norris. Still had a gain of 2 on the play, 2nd down and 8. Like we got to change it, tailback, and pass at the sticks inside the 5 is caught, and another good hit by the secondary as the ball was caught, but that one reeled in by Zechariah Robinson. These Mount St. Mary receivers can hang onto the ball when they're getting hammered in the air. That catch ended up being just shy of the first down. Call it 3rd down and a short 2. Hand off to number 14 carrying the ball now. That's Caden Scott. And Scott's met, I believe, enough yardage. Yes, it'll be 1st and goal for Mount St. Mary at the 2-yard line. So the Rockets come out of the long weather delay and get their offense going on this first possession of the second half. 1st and goal. Manela in shotgun. 2 receivers on the near side. Schutte, the lone back. Handoff. Schutte, hit. Gain of 1. Well, maybe a gain of none. Looks like he's right at the 2-yard line. 2nd down and goal from the 2. Schutte in the backfield now. Takes the handoff. He's going left, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Mount St. Mary. 6:31 to play in the second period. Mount St. Mary will spread the field for a 2-point conversion. We'll see if they reset it here or if they're going to go ahead and snap the ball out of this set. They snap it. Manela rolls to his right, looking back of the end zone. Ball tipped away, incomplete. 22-6 the score with 6:31 left to play in the second period. Jones leading Mount St. Mary here on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. 6:31 left to play in the second quarter. The Jones Longhorns lead the Mount St. Mary Rockets 22-6. Mount St. Mary just went on a good drive to start this second quarter of play. After the long lightning delay, it feels like the second half, but it's not. It's just the second quarter, so 6:31 in the second. They scored. 22-6 is the score. Jones takes the kick at the 10, and running hard, Drew Thomas. He's across midfield, down the sideline. He may go all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Jones Longhorns. There's your replay as you see Drew Thomas. He takes that, what was really close to just a squib kick. It was a low, flat kick. And Thomas picks that one up, finds a hole, and then gets to the outside and outruns everyone down the field. 28-6 the score. That's the way you answer when a team comes and threatens a little bit, gets a little confidence. You just come right back and just shove the ball right in their face, push it into the end zone for the score. And extends the lead back to 22 now, and Jones will go for the 2-point conversion. Asen Hansen on the field as the quarterback. It is Luke DeBusk in as tailback. Hand off to DeBusk, and he's in the end zone. No problem at all. 30-6 the score with 6:18 left to play in the second quarter. Jones on top here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Bank First is uniquely Oklahoman, deeply rooted in over 50 communities statewide. From those roots, our investment in education springs forth, helping to raise the Oklahoma leaders of tomorrow while providing financial strength to the business leaders of today. That's the kind of loyalty that helps entire communities thrive. Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. 6:18 to play in the second quarter. After the long lightning delay, Jones returns the kickoff for a touchdown, answering the score that Mount St. Mary had just put on the board. It's 30-6, Jones leading Mount St. Mary here midway through the second quarter. Mount St. Mary returns this kick to the 40-yard line where they'll begin this possession. This is their fifth possession of the football game. Roman Manea, the quarterback, looks to the sideline. Christian Schutte, the tailback. One receiver on the near side, two receivers split wide right. Low snap, handoff to Schutte, up the gut. And he's taken down after a gain of 2. Boy, he hits the hole hard. It looks like he stopped for no gain, but because of his power and his speed, he still picks up 2 yards on the play. 2nd and 8 at the 42-yard line now for Mount St. Mary. Manea takes the shotgun snap, pass over the middle. The receiver holding his hands up like he was wanting a pass interference call. No flag. Incomplete pass is the result of the play. 3rd down and 8. Official had to go all the way down to the goal line to pick up that ball. It was thrown on a rope, and it just kept traveling down the field. The field is spread, 2 receivers each side. Man in motion, pass over the middle, caught by Allison, and he's going to pull that one in. Gets inside the 30-yard line of the Longhorns. Great play by the Rockets. Down to the 29-yard line, 1st and 10. Manea back in shotgun. Caden Scott, the tailback. Scott takes the handoff, goes right. Hit for a gain of 1, driven backwards. Schutte comes back in. 2nd down and 9 at the 28-yard line for the Rockets. The Choctaw Yellow Jackets back in the win column again tonight with a 42-0 victory over the U.S. Grant Generals. Manea takes the shotgun snap looking to pass. Caught, hit right after the catch. That was number 11, Zechariah Robinson. Great guy, has great hands. Dorian Wiley in there putting some pressure on. Gain of 5 on the play. We'll call it 3rd and a long 4. And a timeout is called on the field. First timeout of the game, other than one that the weather gave us. With 4 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the second period. 30-6, Jones leading Mount St. Mary here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Sidelined by surgery, illness, injury? Valor Physical Therapy can help. At Valor PT, our skilled therapists create a rehabilitation program individualized for you, with education and encouragement each step of the way. Whether it's sports or the activities of life, let Valor get you back in the game. Start now at 405-609-3637. No referral needed. Mention this ad and get a free t-shirt at your first appointment.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. Mount St. Mary has a 3rd and 5, and it's going to be a tackle for a loss. I started to say it, and then it looked like Schutte was about to break free, but he's finally brought down. Getting up from the bottom of the pile, Michael Renfro getting in there, holding on. And it was Eli DeBusk and Noah Norris in on the tackle as well. Makes it a 4th and we'll call it 7. Mount St. Mary going for it. At the 26-yard line of Jones. Manela takes the shotgun snap. Pushes the ball. It's caught. Really close to the sticks. It's going to depend on the spot. I think it's a 1st down. That's the signal. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary. A 7-yard gain on the play. I am so impressed with these Mount St. Mary receivers. They are strong, and they do not drop the ball regardless of how hard they are hit at the point of impact. Just as soon as they're catching the ball, Jones is laying the lumber to them, and they are hanging on to these passes. Manela takes the shotgun snap. Another pass. This one corner route. Dropping it in there, and it is incomplete. Man, that looked like a great attempt. Well covered. Great pass. Great attempt at the catch. Everybody played that perfectly. Both sides of the ball. And I guess if it were perfect by the offense, it would have been a touchdown for them. So, again, it's maybe not perfect, but, man, well played by both sides. Three receivers on the near side of the field, one in motion. Wiley takes the jet sweep, going to the right, being pursued, taken down for a loss on the play. Looks like they'll give him forward progress back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 10 for Mount St. Mary. This whole second quarter could go by without Jones running a single play from the line of scrimmage on offense. They did score on a kick return. But Mount St. Mary has controlled time of possession in the second, and now a timeout is called, and this timeout called by Jones. 2:33 left to play in the second quarter. 30-6 is the score. Jones leading Mount St. Mary here on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Jones High School. Jones Longhorns lead 30-6, 2:33 left to play, second quarter. Mount St. Mary on the march. They have a 3rd down and 10. Manuela throws this one toward the end zone. Pass interference. The ball was caught anyway. I believe it's going to be a touchdown for Mount St. Mary. Waiting for the official call here. Pass interference on Jones. I thought he caught the ball. Did he not catch the ball? Pass interference on Jones. It is declined. It is a touchdown. Okay. I really confused that was not the initial signal. So with 2:28 left to play in the second quarter, Mount St. Mary's come out and put 2 touchdowns on the board here in the second. The only time Jones has touched the ball was a kick return that resulted in a touchdown for them. Pass across the middle, incomplete, and 30-12 is the score with 2:28 to play in the second quarter here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success. And finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed. Because your success is our success.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Jones High School. The Jones Longhorns lead 30-12 over the Mount St. Mary Rockets. This is 2:28 left to play in the second quarter. We had a long weather delay. When we come out of the second quarter, Mount St. Mary had the ball. They drove right down the field, long possession period, and scored. Jones returned the kick for a touchdown, and then Mount St. Mary come right back again. 4-minute drive down the field. LaPooch kick now is going out of bounds, which will draw a flag on an illegal procedure call against Mount St. Mary, and Jones will have the ball at the 40-yard line. Good field possession for the Jones Longhorns, and with 2:28 to play in the second period, they are about to run their first offensive play of the period. I have it at the 35-yard line, excuse me, not the 40, the 35-yard line. Asen Hansen, John Quay Johnson, Hunter Purvis, Evan Collier, Carlos Hardiman, and the motion man. Handoff to Johnson, and he picks up 3 yards before going down, maybe 4 as he goes to the left side. Not sure who that was that went in motion. I cannot see the numbers. That was Trip Rogers was the receiver who was in motion and come to this side and made a block. 2:03 left to play in the second quarter. Call it second down and 7. Swing pass to the left side. First down for Jones. Collision out of bounds. And that was Trip Rogers with the reception that time. Call it a 6-yard gain for Rogers. Hansen looking to pass. Still on his feet, still looking. Caught right at the sticks. It'll be a 12-yard gain on the play. Not sure who the receiver is on the far side of the field over there. That was Evan Collier on the reception. But a flag on the play, holding call against Jones, results in a 10-yard penalty instead. What was going to be a first down. And 10 down the field is now a 1st and 20 back deeper into Jones territory. At their own 36-yard line, Hansen, shotgun, Rogers in motion. Hansen rolls to his right. Sidearm and incomplete to John Quay Johnson. It's a 2nd and 20 now for Jones. 1:38 to play in the half. Update on the Oklahoma City Thunder. They started their season by going to a double overtime against the Houston Rockets. Come out victorious in that one. Their second game of the season, they're in a double overtime game against the Pacers. It's 128-127 Pacers with 3 minutes, 18 seconds left. Wonder if a NBA champions ever started their next season with 2 double overtime games. Hansen under pressure, going down, and is tackled back deep in his own territory for a big loss on the play. Looks like that ball is going to be spotted at about the 28-yard line. It'll be an 8-yard loss on the play. It'll be 3rd and 28 now, and a timeout's called on the field with 1:19 left to play in the first half. I am not sure who called the timeout. Cass, did you catch it? We'll wait and see who they marked the timeout for on the scoreboard. But we'll take a timeout as well here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Bank First is uniquely Oklahoman. deeply rooted in over 50 communities statewide. From those roots, our investment in education springs forth, helping to raise the Oklahoma leaders of tomorrow while providing financial strength to the business leaders of today. That's the kind of loyalty that helps entire communities thrive. Bank First. Loyal to Oklahoma. Loyal to you.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Jones High School. Jones Longhorns had a 3rd and 28 coming out of the timeout. Hanson dropped back to pass, had the field spread, throws it over the middle and misses the receiver, incomplete. Jones will be punting for the first time in the ball game. And this will be the first possession in which they did not score after Mount St. Mary drove the field and scored twice here in the second quarter. It's 30-12 with 1:13 to play in the first half. High snap. Marenko gets up, catches the snap, gets the kick off. That one's going to take a sideways bounce just inside the 40 of Mount St. Mary and roll dead at the Mount St. Mary 39-yard line with less than a minute to play in the half. 59 seconds on the clock. 30-12, the lead by Jones over the Mount St. Mary Rockets. Mount St. Mary coming out with a little more confidence after scoring on their last 2 possessions, long drives. Manea, shotgun, man in motion, that's Wiley. Manea drops back, and Allison makes the catch in the middle of the field. It's taken down for a 6-yard gain at the 45-yard line. Clock still ticking. 2nd and 4 for Mount St. Mary. Manea, shotgun snap. Swings this one out to the right, and it's caught for a first down, and the receiver gets out of bounds over on the Mount St. Mary sideline for another gain of 6 on the play. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary with 33 seconds left, and they cross midfield into Jones territory. Three receivers near side. Schutte. Back to block. Pass across the middle once again. Zechariah Robinson catches this one right at the first down marker. It is a first down with 25 seconds on the clock. And Mount St. Mary will spike the ball to stop the clock at 24 seconds. It's a 2nd down and 10 at the Jones 38-yard line. 24 seconds. Under a minute to play in the Thunder game. The Thunder lead 135-131 over the Pacers. Monela swings that one, throws it hard on a rope to his receiver right at the first down marker. It's incomplete. That one got behind the receiver a little bit. That one intended for Jefferson Hodge. Hodge, Schutte, Wiley, and Robinson all split out. Empty backfield for Manea. Pass complete to Wiley. Taken down short of the first down marker. Clock still running, 12 seconds. And timeouts called by Mount St. Mary as they are at the Jones 30-yard line with 12 seconds to play in the half. Jones leads 30-12 here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Sidelined by surgery, illness, injury? Valor Physical Therapy can help. At Valor PT, our skilled therapists create a rehabilitation program individualized for you, with education and encouragement each step of the way. Whether it's sports or the activities of life, let Valor get you back in the game. Start now at 405-609-3637. No referral needed. Mention this ad and get a free t-shirt at your first appointment.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Tim Wallace Memorial Stadium, Jones High School. Jones Longhorns lead the Mount St. Mary Rockets 30-12 with 12 seconds left to play in the first half. Mount St. Mary has driven the length of the field twice in this quarter, trying to do it again before the time runs out. 7 seconds down the clock. Incomplete pass in the end zone. It'll be 4th down and 2 for Mount St. Mary. They are at the Jones 30. The Rockets are showing how they have been scoring points this year, even though they stubbed their toe against Millwood last week. We have another timeout, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that was the 4th down. Excuse me. So they turned it over on downs. That was the 4th down. Incomplete pass. I missed that. And it looks like Jones is going to take a knee and send this one to the locker room for halftime. And that's halftime, folks. The Jones Longhorns lead the Mount St. Mary Rockets 30-12. But Mount St. Mary found some success in the second quarter offensively, drove the field twice to score, and had a really good drive going before stalling deep in Jones territory on their third possession of the second period. Well, we're going to take a break during the half here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success, and finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed, because your success is our success.
Sidelined by surgery, illness, injury? Valor Physical Therapy can help. At Valor PT, our skilled therapists create a rehabilitation program individualized for you, with education and encouragement each step of the way. Whether it's sports or the activities of life, let Valor get you back in the game. Start now at 405-609-3637. No referral needed. Mention this ad and get a free t-shirt at your first appointment.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success, and finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed, because your success is our success.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett. Our producer is Cass Taylor, and our camera operator, Kat Johnson. We are about to begin the second half of play. Mount St. Mary Rockets at the Jones Longhorns. The score 30-12, Jones leading. But the second quarter was all about the Rockets. We come out of that long lightning delay. The Rockets drove down the field and scored. Jones returned the kick for a touchdown, and then the Rockets drove down the field and scored again. We got another pooch kick, and that one taken, and then a little step out of bounds over there by the Jones up man. That was number 11, Evan Collier. He was trying to wait to see if that one would go out of bounds, and it didn't go, so he just grabbed it and stepped out with it. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Jones at the 31-yard line. With 12 minutes to play in the third period. Surprised at least 1 second didn't run off the clock there. Hansen in shotgun. Purvis in motion, takes the ball. No, Hansen keeps it, and he's taken down for no gain on the play. 2nd down and 10 for Jones. $11:35 to play in the third period. Purvis in motion again. Hansen keeps it again, and this time he gets near the sticks, a gain of at least 9. I believe he's short of the first down by about a foot. 3rd down and 1. Ball across the 40 now, near the 41-yard line of Jones. Purvis and Collier split wide right. Hansen, hands off, right up the middle. It's a 1st down for Jones. Jose Taylor, the ball carrier. Gets that one out to the 43, a gain of 2. That was a hard 2 yards for Taylor. Just a slight breeze. The temperatures are dropping out here following that storm coming through. Hansen in shotgun, Taylor on his right. Man in motion, Taylor up the middle, falling forward, and he gets out to the 47-yard line. The lineman for Jones getting up real slow out there. I believe that's Dom Harris, but I could be wrong. Gain of 4 on the play for Taylor. Hansen, high snap, handoff again. Taylor battling and loses 2 yards on the play. It'll be 3rd and 8. Trip Rogers comes off the field as Ace Guthrie gets into the lineup. Third and 8. Hansen drops back to pass, looking. Everyone's covered up. He's trying to run, still on his feet. He's got a blocker inside near the sticks. 1st down. That one's all on Asen Hansen. Call it a gain of 9. And we have a couple of Rockets down on the field after the play. Everyone's heading to the sidelines. 1st and 10 for Jones at the Rockets 45-yard line. We'll take a break here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Sidelined by surgery, illness, injury? Valor Physical Therapy can help. At Valor PT, our skilled therapists create a rehabilitation program individualized for you, with education and encouragement each step of the way. Whether it's sports or the activities of life, let Valor get you back in the game. Start now at 405-609-3637. No referral needed. Mention this ad and get a free t-shirt at your first appointment.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back after the injury timeout. 9 minutes to play in the third quarter. Jones with the 1st and 10 at the Rockets' 45-yard line. Hansen keeps that one. Big hole up the middle. He's still on his feet, still going. Down inside the 25-yard line of the Rockets. That ball down to the 22-yard line. Taylor in the backfield, in motion. Hansen swings this one out to, that was Hunter Purvis, who gets inside the 15-yard line. Down to the 14. A gain of 8 on the play. This is a good drive for Jones after really not getting a lot going in that only possession they had in the second quarter. Purvis in motion. Handoff, sweep to the left. He's got the first down and then hit and driven backwards, but just enough yardage for the first down. Call it a gain of 2. Nearing the 7-minute mark of the third period. In the red zone now. It's a 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line. Jose Taylor goes right, pulled down by his jersey from behind and back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Taylor, the sophomore running back, getting the load of the carries in the second and third quarters. 2nd and 10. Hansen looking to pass. Lobs this one over to Taylor. Taylor takes a man on at the 6-yard line. Goes over the top of him for a gain of 7, call it a long 6 on the play. Third down and 3rd and 4. Jones can pick up a first down at the 2. Luke DeBusk takes it. He falls backwards into the end zone. It looked like he was going to be taken down short of the goal line. Keeps driving with his legs, and it's another touchdown for the Jones Longhorns. 5 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock. Third period of play. That was a 6 minute and 24 second drive. Jones lined up to go for the 2-point conversion. Hansen takes the shotgun snap, looking for a receiver in the end zone. Finds one in the back, and it's good for 2. I believe that was Purvis. Hunter Purvis catches the 2-point conversion. And the score is now 38-12. Jones on top with 5 minutes and 36 seconds left to play in the third quarter on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Download our free apps on Apple and Android devices. Plus, find us on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. Search Oklahoma Sports Network and watch from anywhere.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Jones Longhorns just drove the length of the field to put the touchdown on the board. 38-12 is the score, and it's Jones Nutrition bringing you the drive summary. Jones Nutrition, located on Hiwassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. That was a 12-play drive that took 6 minutes and 24 seconds for the Jones Longhorns. In the first quarter, it was a couple of 2-play drives, but they really eat up some clock here in the third with that one. 4 carries by Asen Hansen for a total of 41 yards. It was Jose Taylor carrying the ball most during that drive. He ended up with he had 4 carries for a total of 5 yards, had a couple of 0-yard carries on that drive. He also had a 7-yard reception. Hunter Purvis had a 3-yard reception, and it was Luke DeBusk with a touchdown run of 6 yards in the end. 2-point reception, a 2-point conversion was a pass to Hunter Purvis. The score is 38-12, and that drive summary brought to you by Jones Nutrition. 2nd down and 8. For Mount St. Mary. Mount St. Mary put 2 good drives together in the second, but it'll be a 3rd and 8 for them now at their own 35-yard line. The Oklahoma City Thunder got the win tonight. Double overtime. That's 2 double overtime games to start the season, both of them resulting in victories. And Shea Gilgeous-Alexander set a career high, scoring 55 points tonight. Second highest scorer on the team tonight was a young guy, A.J. Mitchell, put 26 on the board for the Thunder tonight. Manuela, receiver falls down, pass incomplete, 4th and 8. For Mount St. Mary. It really felt like Mount St. Mary just took control of this game in the second quarter, scored twice, but that kickoff return by Jones kept them from closing the gap too much. And here we are with Jones with a 26-point lead. 4 minutes and 54 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Jones about to get the ball back. Low snap to the punter. Good punt off. That one is going to land out of bounds around the 33-yard line of Jones. Watching the official step off, and they get to the 32, so nope, 33 actually. That's exactly where I had initially said. It looks like that's where they're going to place the ball. 1st and 10 for Jones at the 33-yard line, 4:49 to play in the third quarter. 38-12 is the score. Jonquay Johnson back at tailback now for the Longhorns. Collier and Hardiman split wide left. Purvis and Trip Rogers. Rogers goes in motion. Johnson barreling into the middle of that defense, doesn't get much. 2-yard gain on the play, 2nd and 8. Waiting for the play to be signaled in from the sideline. At halftime in Mustang tonight, it's Bixby leading Mustang 14-12. Bixby has kicked 2 field goals. Pass swing out to the left. That one caught by, I believe that's Carlos Hardiman out there, catches that one, and he takes off running like a speedster right after the catch. Picks up the first down for the Longhorns. They get out to the Mount St. Mary 48. That's a 17-yard gain. And a pass incomplete. In Class 5A tonight, some really big, important games taking place. At halftime, it's the Newcastle Racers leading the MacArthur Highlanders 20-18. Another game that is a key game in 5A, McAllister defeats Booker T. Washington 29-15 tonight. Hansen drops back, looking to pass, under pressure, dancing, got his blockers back there still, and he's going to fall down and be sacked back into Jones territory. Finally taking him down is number 87, Jackson Braun, the 6'7" defensive end. And he looks tall, but he doesn't look 6'7" from here, does he? I don't know what 6'7" looks like, though. I can't see that high. I'm so short. 3:17 left to play in the third quarter. It is a 3rd down and 15. 3rd down and 16 for Jones. Couple of sacks tonight for the Mount St. Mary defense. Hansen keeps it right up the middle, near the first down marker, breaking tackles, and he's going to go all the way. Touchdown, Jones Longhorns. A 54-yard touchdown run by Asen Hansen. Well, Hansen gets the big runs when he breaks free. It just seems like he broke a tackle there at about the 10-yard mark into that run. And there was no one left to take him down. When he broke that tackle, he made some pretty good contact with the defender. The defender did not get up very quickly after that, laid there on the ground, and his feelings might have been hurt worse than his body was. Hansen's going to keep it, dances to the left. Flag comes in on the play, a hold on the offense, so the 2-point conversion will be taken off the board, and it'll be another try for Jones. Cash Marinko comes in And it looks like they're going to attempt the extra point, even though they are backed up 10 yards. The ball now placed at the 12-yard line. Marinko will be kicking from the 20. This is the equivalent, of a 30-yard field goal attempt. Snap is bobbled. And I don't believe that one's going anywhere. I can't tell who the holder was for sure, but it was kind of a high snap. Just couldn't get his hands on it good. Finally came up with it and took off running. He's tackled out of bounds. The try is no good. That is number 1, Asen Hansen, who is the whole. That's not Asen Hansen. But it is a number 1, is it not? No, that was Hunter Purvis. No. Man, that's hard to read those numbers. Number 4, Cade Templeton is who is the holder on that. Those numbers are so hard to read, the black on the green. 44-12 is our score with 2:45 left to play in the third quarter. We're going to go ahead and stay here after that one. That was a 4-play drive. The first play of the drive didn't get anywhere. Followed by a 17-yard reception by Carlos Hardiman, a sack, and then a 54-yard touchdown run by Asen Hansen. Wiley with the kick return, finally taken down near the 35-yard line. Good return of about 20 yards. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary, and it looks like this ball is going to be at their 36. The drive summary brought to you by Jones Nutrition. Jones Nutrition, located in Hiawassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. Again, that drive took 2 minutes and 1 second, 4 plays, and it was really about the pass from Hansen to Carlos Hardiman and then the 54-yard run by Asen Hansen. 2-point try, no good after the holding penalty was called. Manea takes a shotgun snap, drops back, looking for a receiver, can't find anyone, throws it down the field, and is that ball caught? Flag comes in late. I believe it'll be a pass interference call that will be declined. It'll be a 1st and 10 from Mount St. Mary at the Jones 40-yard line. He was covered up. Throws a little short. Receiver come back to catch it, which is what caused the pass interference, but he still completed the catch, and it's a 1st down for Mount St. Mary. Best receiving core I've seen in a high school football game in a long time for the Rockets. Manela. Pass intercepted. It was overthrown and picked off by Jones inside their own 30-yard line. Drew Thomas getting the interception for the Longhorns. With 2:23 left to play in the third quarter, Jones will begin another drive. Ball at their own 29-yard line. 44-12 is the score. Jones leading. Jose Taylor back at tailback. 1 receiver on the near side of the field. 2 receivers on the far side. Boy, Taylor leaning forward. Lucky he didn't get called for the legal forward progress. Ends up picking up 6-7 yards on the carry. Call it an 8-yard gain looking at the line judge. All the way out to the 37-yard line. Good run by Taylor. Just have to be careful he doesn't lean too much before the ball snapped. Hansen and shotgun. Taylor the lone back. 2 receivers split on the near side, 1 on the far side. Timeout called by the Longhorns with 1.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout as well on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
College is more than just going to class. College is a journey. It's meeting new people and making new friendships that will last a lifetime. It's learning from professors who care about you and your success. And finding out it can be really fun and rewarding. It's discovering that thing you want to do for the rest of your life. Cameron University is all about helping you grow and succeed. Because your success is our success.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back at Jones High School. The Jones Longhorns have a 2nd down and 2 at their own 37-yard line. Henson hands off to Taylor. Taylor's got the first down, breaks to the outside, gets around another defender and down near midfield. Allison making the tackle, and it looks like they're going to spot him down at the 48-yard line. 11-yard run by Jose Taylor. Collier and Hardiman split wide left. Purvis wide right. Taylor in the backfield with Hanson. Hanson takes the snap. Hands off to Taylor. Big hole on the left side. Cross the 40-yard line. 1st and 10 for Jones. It's a 12-yard carry by Taylor. It's a 1st and 10 right at the 40 for the Longhorns. 45 seconds here in the 3rd quarter. 44-12, Longhorns lead. Taylor, again, a huge hole on the left side, battling, picks up 8 on the carry. Ball at the 32-yard line now. And that is the last play of the 3rd quarter, as Jones is going to go ahead and let the clock expire here in the 3rd before running another play. 44-12 is the score. Jones leading. They have a 2nd down and 2 at the Mount St. Mary 32 when we come back from the break here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Bank First is uniquely Oklahoman, deeply rooted in over 50 communities statewide. From those roots, our investment in education springs forth, helping to raise the Oklahoma leaders of tomorrow while providing financial strength to the business leaders of today. That's the kind of loyalty that helps entire communities thrive. Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett. Cass, the producer, and camera operator, Kat. 12 minutes to play in this ball game as we begin the 4th period. Jones has a 2nd and 2 at the Mount St. Mary 32-yard line. Hanson hands off. Jose Taylor has the first down across the 30-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play. This has been all Jose Taylor. 5 carries in a row, and he just keeps moving the sticks. Now John Quay Johnson checks back into the game, and Taylor will take a rest. Johnson takes the handoff, has a big hole on the left side, shows some speed, gets around some defenders down to the 11-yard line. It is a gain of, call it 13 on the play. First down. Here's your replay as you watch that one. A flag on the play. Either a block in the back or a hold. I'm not sure which it is. Still waiting. The white hat, the head umpire, moves very slowly as he goes over to talk to his other officials. Pink flags tonight. I think we've seen them all. And still waiting on the official to make the call. It is a block in the back called against Jones. And that is going to back them up from the spot of the foul. So instead of, it's not going to be, oh, I'm confused right now. Oh, there was another penalty as well. So there was a dead ball penalty on, I didn't see the second call, but there was a dead ball penalty called on Mount St. Mary of 15 yards. So the net result of the play is a 1st and 10 for Jones at the 16-yard line in the red zone. Wow. It was a penalty minus 10 and a penalty plus 15. Hanson throws in the end zone. Touchdown, Jones Longhorns. That was a 16-yard throw and catch for Jones, and I'm not sure. That was Hunter Purvis. Hunter Purvis catches the 16-yard pass for the touchdown at the 11:24 mark. 2-minute and 59-second drive. Kick is flat and no good. The score, 50-12. Jones leading Mount St. Mary here in early minutes of the fourth quarter. We're going to take a break on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Download our free apps on Apple and Android devices. Plus, find us on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. Search Oklahoma Sports Network and watch from anywhere.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Muzzett back at Jones High School, where the Jones Longhorns just went on a 2-minute, 59-second drive. It was an 8-play drive. The first 5 plays of the drive, all on the legs of Jose Taylor. 42 yards worth of carries for Jose Taylor. He took a rest. We had 2 penalties, a one on Jones, a one on Mount St. Mary, and then a 16-yard pass and catch from Asen Hansen to Hunter Purvis for the touchdown. The point after failed. The kick was no good. And that's your drive summary, brought to you by Jones Nutrition, located in Hiawassee, where you can energize and fuel your day. Kickoff from Jones to Mount St. Mary's returned out to the Mount St. Mary 37-yard line, where the Rockets will begin this possession here in the fourth quarter. This is a game that, because of that long, that second quarter after that long break, where Mount St. Mary come out and put together 2 really good drives, just feels like it's a closer game than it is. Jones on top by 38 right now, 50-12. There is a 5-yard carry by Mount St. Mary. That's number 14, Caden Scott with a carry. 2nd down and 5 at the 42. Scott gets the handoff. Short gain on the play, about a yard, and he's pushed backward and taken down in the backfield. He's rolling around, getting up kind of slow, but he does get back to his feet. Christian Schutte checks back into the game. Mania takes the snap, hands off to Schutte. Schutte hits the hole hard, drives forward, a gain of 2 on the play. I'll bring up a 4th down, I believe. Or is it 3rd? It is 4th down and 2. 4th down and 1. Great spot. My Schutte just keeps driving, picking up an extra yard on every carry, I think. Ball now at the 46-yard line, Mount St. Mary. Wiley in motion. Hand off to Schutte. Schutte's going to be hit in the backfield and stopped. Mount St. Mary will turn it over on downs. Dorian Wiley, a big part of that stop. Also in there, Luke DeBusk, Eli DeBusk. You can see it on the instant replay. Noah Norris in there. With 9:29 left to play in the ball game. Jones Longhorns take over at the Mount St. Mary 44-yard line. Johnson in at tailback. Marenko in at quarterback. We have a flag on the play. False start against Jones. Not unusual, first play or so after a new quarterback comes into the game. Moves the ball out to the 49-yard line. Hardiman and Collier split wide left. One receiver on the top of the screen, out wide right. Marenko hands off to Johnson. Johnson hit right at the line of scrimmage and brought down. Gain of 1 on the play for Johnson. Plays coming in from the sideline. Play clock down to 15 seconds. Still no play in. Play clock down to 2 seconds. Snap. Marenko fired over the middle. Hardiman catches it. Picks up the lost yardage plus some. Gets out to the 40 or down to the 40-yard line where they're going to spot that ball. Call it a 3rd down and 6 for Jones. 8-yard pass and catch. Third and 6. Swings that one out to Johnson. Johnson's going down for a big loss on the play. Loses almost all that 8 yards back. Loses 7 of it. And the punting team for Jones will come out. Jones has the ball at the Mount St. Mary 47-yard line. I want to thank Elemental Insulation again for being our sponsor tonight, proudly serving Oklahoma with trusted residential and commercial insulation services. Find them on Facebook or call 405-655-0373. Cash Marenko to punt. Got a man in there. Good punt. That one's going to hit at about the 15-yard line, roll inside the 10, and go dead at the 8. It'll be a first down for Mount St. Mary at their own 8-yard line. 7 minutes and 28 seconds to play in the ball game. Fans stayed with us tonight for the most part through that weather delay. A few left, but majority of them stayed here. Mania back inside his 5 to take the shotgun snap. Scott, the tailback. That pass is going to be caught by Robinson out there on the far side of the field, but he is down on the ground when he makes the catch, so the play is dead right there. Call it a gain of 4 on the play. 2nd down and 6. Braun goes motion, tight end, run for no gain on the play. We'll make it a 3rd down and 6 now for Mount St. Mary. Big 3rd down for the Rockets. For their own self-confidence here, they need to get something going. Pass complete to Wiley for the 1st down, and he gets across the 20 out to the 22. Call it a 8-yard gain for Wiley. First and 10 now for the Rockets. Ball at their own 22-yard line. Handoff up the middle. Not much happening with that one. Looks like no gain on the play. 2nd and 10. Luke DeBus coming up from the bottom of that tackle. Low snap, hand off to Scott. Scott cuts back inside, gets a decent gain out of the play, makes it a 3rd and 2 for Mount St. Mary. Gets out to the 30-yard line. Manea takes the shotgun snap, hands off to Schutte. Schutte slips a little bit. Gains 1 on the play. It'll be a 4th and 1 for Mount St. Mary at their 31. Mount St. Mary going for it here. I'm sure we'll see a hard count attempt trying to draw Jones off sides. Jones running some men on and off the field. Not sure if they got him off. I don't see a flag. There's the 1st down. Just a short gain, but it was enough. Call it a 3-yard gain. Caden Scott, the ball carrier. .355 to play. Manea drops back, throws this one. The flat out at the sticks. 1st down, Mount St. Mary now to the 45-yard line. They just keep moving the sticks. Three receivers on the near side. Low snap to Manea. Rolls to his right. Throws it. And that one is caught by Wiley. The man has good hands on down to the 33-yard line of Jones. Robinson in motion, goes to the left, swing pass out to Robinson. Got some defenders there. Drags one of them with him for a short gain on the play, turning what could have been a loss into a 3-yard gain. This is much like those drives of Mount St. Mary in the second quarter. This time it's just not going to be enough. Clock ticking near the 3-minute mark in the ball game now, with Jones leading 50-12. Jet sweep comes to the right side. Tackle made. Trip Rogers making a hit as the ball carrier went down. That was Wiley on the jet sweep. Gets to the 25-yard line of Jones. Wiley has been a workhorse tonight. Two-and-a-half-minute mark now. Wiley in motion again. Hand off to Schutte. Up the middle, breaking tackle, still on his feet, down near the 10-yard line. 1st and 10 for Mount St. Mary at the 11 or 12. Call it the 12-yard line. Manela drops back to pass. Looking. Receiver, it was his big man, Braun, down there, 6'7", kind of gave up on the play and then realized that Manea had thrown it to him, and then he went to work again. But if he had stayed with this route going to the corner of the end zone, he'd have been wide open for the touchdown pass. Under 2 minutes to play in the ball game. It is a 2nd down and 10 now for Mount St. Mary. Manea hands off. Caden Scott goes left. Picks up good yardage. About 6 yards on the play. Third and 4. It looks like they're at the 7. Call it a 5-yard gain. 3rd and 5. Schutte in the backfield. Manea takes the snap, hands off to Schutte. Schutte's running hard, breaking tackles down near the goal line, and he is in for the touchdown. The 1:14 left to play in the ball game. Mount St. Mary has scored for the 3rd time here. They've not converted for extra point yet. We'll see what happens after this touchdown. Manea takes the snap, drops back, pass complete to Zechariah Robinson for a 2-point conversion. 50-20 is the score. 1:14 left to play in the ball game here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Sidelined by surgery, illness, injury? Valor Physical Therapy can help. At Valor PT, our skilled therapists create a rehabilitation program individualized for you, with education and encouragement each step of the way. Whether it's sports or the activities of life, let Valor get you back in the game. Start now at 405-609-3637. No referral needed. Mention this ad and get a free t-shirt at your first appointment.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett back in Jones High School, where the Mount St. Mary Rockets just went on a long drive and scored 50-20 is the score. Jones leading Mount St. Mary with 1:14 left to play. Little pooch kick is going to be taken at the 33-yard line, and a knee. That'll stop the clock, get the Jones offense out here on the field, so Jones should be able to pretty easily go ahead and work the clock and bring an end to this one. That was Carlos Hardiman who received that kick. Cash Marenko coming out as quarterback. Jose Taylor, the tailback. Looks like we got a victory formation for Jones. So about a minute of football left in this one, it looks like, unless Mount St. Mary calls the timeout, which don't expect them to do here. Well, Cash takes the knee. Mount St. Mary does not call the timeout. Clock is ticking down under a minute. We'll do that at least one more time. Let's see, we're probably only one more time's all we'll have to do it. And this game will be over, and the Jones Longhorns will go to 8-0 on the season, undefeated in district play. Next week, Halloween night, Friday, it's the time for the Ghost and the Ghouls. The Jones Longhorns will travel to Oklahoma Christian School in Edmond to take on the Saints, who are also undefeated in district play this year. 50-20, the final score here tonight. The Jones Longhorns get the victory. We're going to take a quick break, come back. We'll just kind of wrap up this game and talk about the craziness of the night with the weather, and then we'll go on and get prepared for the Saints next week here on the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Bank First is uniquely Oklahoman, deeply rooted in over 50 communities statewide. From those roots, our investment in education springs forth, helping to raise the Oklahoma leaders of tomorrow while providing financial strength to the business leaders of today. That's the kind of loyalty that helps entire communities thrive. Bank First, loyal to Oklahoma, loyal to you.
Oklahoma Sports Network, Tracy Mussett, Jones High School. The Jones Longhorns are 8-0, folks, with a 50-20 win over the Mount St. Mary Rockets. This one started off, it was all Jones in the first quarter, 22-0 at the end of the first quarter. When we went into a lightning delay, it was about an hour and a half before we were able to begin playing football again. About 9:20 when this game picked back up. And the second quarter was all about the Mount St. Mary Rockets. They come out, had the ball to begin the second quarter, drove right down the field and scored. They kicked off to Jones. Jones returned that kick for a touchdown. Then Mount St. Mary drove right back down the field and scored again. And then Jones had to punt at the end of the second quarter. And you felt like, oh, man, Mount St. Mary has found something here. The problem was they were still down by 3 scores because Jones had scored that touchdown in the middle of all of that. So, and then going on into the second half, really it was all about Jones again, as Jones just put together some good drives, getting it done on the ground and through the air on the arms and legs of Asen Hansen. Hansen broke some big runs tonight. He had that 54-yard touchdown run back with 4:46 left to play in the third quarter that really felt like it was a drive where not a lot was happening. They had just had a 6-yard sack, and Mount St. Mary was feeling good about getting a stop, and then Hansen breaks their back with a 54-yard run. Then there was just some drives that were put together where Jose Taylor was just grinding it out for them, and then they'd get down in the red zone, and Taylor would have carried the ball 6 or 7 times in a row, and then they'd hand off to DeBusk or make a pass into the end zone, let someone else get the score. But it was all about what Jose Taylor was doing on the ground, just grinding those drives out for them. So a great night for the Jones Longhorns, and they get the victory over the 6-1 Mount St. Mary Rockets. 6-1 is the score. Again, 6-1 was their record. 50-20 is the final score tonight. Again, next week go to Oklahoma Christian School to take on the Saints. The Saints are still undefeated in district play, so the winner of that game is most likely the district champion, and we believe that will be the Jones Longhorns. They have to go out and play the game. There's still some good football taking place around the state tonight. A lot of late games that didn't get started until after that weather was over with, and so hope you're enjoying our broadcast on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Once again, we want to thank Bell Bonds by Tamara, Elemental Insulation, Bank First, and Jones Nutrition for bringing this stream to you, and encourage you, if you have a business or know someone that has a business in the Jones area, encourage them to contact us and become one of our sponsors. We've got a lot of football left with the playoffs just around the corner for the Jones Longhorns. You can call me if you have any questions about the stream or sponsorship. The phone number, or you can text me either way. The phone number is 405-999-OKIE. That's 405-999-6543. My name's Tracy Mussett. This is the Oklahoma Sports Network, and it is all about the Jones Longhorns tonight, getting the victory 50-20